Okay, I think we are live. I am going to check right now. Dun, dun, dun. Um, so I have been in four places: learning, frustrated, and uh, taking a break, and finally getting a few things done. So it helped a lot. Um, Getting those little pieces together. Um, and I'll show a little bit. Well, eventually you'll see the majority of it. It wasn't too much. And a little bit of the stuff that I was kind of learning and applying with Godot. I'm trying to go to. There we go. Um, yep. All right, we're good. So let's get started. I've also been doing a little bit of OBS trickery to try to see um, what or how to do uh, certain things. So let's see if this works. Now, yes, there we go. Okay. So on the stream, this is not showing, I think. Or it hasn't shown yet. I think there's a lag of a couple seconds. Yep, there it is. Okay. So it's like a 30-second lag. Okay. All right, so let's get to it. So you'll notice a couple things that are happening here. For one, most obvious, this is no longer a 2D project. It has shifted its ways into being 3D. And it's actually kind of the project that I was working on in Unity. So there's a couple of things that are happening here. For one, I was working on shaders, and I managed to get this working uh, pretty well. The idea here is that it's supposed to blend, and it's blending really well. I don't see the seam at all. I was thinking about adding in or learning how to add in an emission seam around it. I did something, or I had something like that rather in Unity. Um, and it blends really, really well. I'm definitely liking it. And it's very easily adjustable. Right now, before I started streaming, I was goofing around with figuring out how exactly I wanted it to handle the blending. What I mean by that is just like the size, because I want to set up a kind of default size that's going to be there for all of them. Godot does have something called a global, for shaders, a global property, I believe. Like I've seen it around, I haven't even touched it yet. This is just the beginning of shaders, really. But there's a couple things happening here. For one, uh, this character is completely controlled by physics, and it's using a new method for how I wanted to handle state machines. Normally, and it just makes sense the new way also. But yeah, so normally with state machines, what I would do is I would just have the states and they were enums. And I got the system really. Let me not pollute this. So I got the idea on how to do this. Oh, this is really messed up. You see like this, but this is fine. This is all fine. I'm going to change all of these in a second, but you'll notice that it's the character is even acting wonky when it bumps into stuff. This is because it's all physics. It's all physics based. It's like and I kept that there because I liked it. Anyway, so you'll see two different types of shaders or shading going on here for transparency. This one is the one I've initially started off with, so you can kind of see me through the rock or see the character through the rock. This one is where I'm going to end up with now, or this is like the middle of it where you have kind of like a blending rather than just the whole rock becomes transparent. You have specific pixels that are handling transparency. So that's where I'm at right now. The next thing would have been possibly to add like a dissolve effect. So the way that this is working is it's taking the characters. It sounds super simple, but believe me, it is simple. It's just that if you don't know the stuff that gets you the information that you need, it's not as simple as you think. And it's not even just that. It's more along the lines of you have to deal through two layers of obscurity or obstructions, obfuscation almost. It's first you have to learn the terminologies that these guys are using now for finding out uh, information about pixels on the either the vertex shader or the fragment shader. This is all done on the fragment shader. Um, so the problem is that if you don't know that, you're kind of stuck, right? And then you have to go through the fact that they're changing the words. So like camera becomes view in certain cases, world becomes model in other cases. So it's like, yes, you don't even have that strong of a reference. And it's just really a steep hill to get over, but and it doesn't help the Godot API. This is all frustration talking. It doesn't help that the Godot API is really, really like I typed in spatial shaders in the Godot API, and it gave me everything else except spatial shaders. It was truly fascinating to have to work with that. I actually ended up finding the portion of the API about spatial shaders from a Reddit post that linked to the 3.0 spatial shaders, and then I was able to find the spatial shader for 4.0, which is the version of Godot I'm using now. All right, so let's get into a little bit of busy work. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to go into the project proper and, well, actually, hold on. I'm doing the first thing I want to do, which is I think that this is a good value, right? If we go far away from the tree, it starts to fade in. And as we go this way, when we come back, it fades out. All right, and we still have a little bit of fading happening here. Now I could make it much sharper or much closer to the character. I can just adjust it, but I think this is good. All right, like you want to be able to see what the character is doing. I was debating applying the same shader to the tree itself, but I don't think it's necessary. Godot actually has a really good built-in and this is like a slap in the face for Unity, to be honest. They just have a strong built-in shader. So this is using that built-in shader, and it has all of the functionalities you'd expect of, well, 99% of the functionalities you'd expect of a standard shader for a game engine. Like it has these things already there. I would have probably gone with using that for all of these other materials. I just didn't realize that the standard shader would have done that. That's just me being a former Unity dev. Like, hey, this thing is here now. I'm not saying everything in Godot is great. I started off pointing out some issues that I've had. It's just that was a thing that just like why wasn't that there? Like why doesn't that exist already? And anyway, maybe it does. Maybe I just haven't seen it. But the point is that this is all done on the built-in standard shader, and it's just handling itself very well. It's based on the camera's position though, which is different than the shader I'm using or the one that I made. It's based on the character's uh, position. So what it's doing is it's taking the pixels, putting that into the viewport, getting that coordinate and the coordinate for the character is pixels in the or let me not say it that way. So I'm getting the character's position in global space, and then I'm taking that position, that position in global space, whatever pixel is there, or it doesn't have to be anything. It's just anything at that coordinate, and then I'm measuring a distance out from it. So If I made this even bigger, you'd see that it's adjusting to the screen size. This is because I'm using the comparison to the pixel on the material, which would be in this case the foliage. And I'm comparing that position also on the screen space. Now to do that is actually really simple because in the fragment shader, Godot already has, in the fragment shader, Godot has already provided that using camera underscore UV. So I can just get that, then draw the distance between this and the unprojected distance from the 3D spatial coordinate or 3D world coordinate. And then from there, the rest of it is just a mixture of, well, linear interpolation as well as smooth step linear interpolation to get this kind of fading out effect, right? So given that this is, I think, a really good, I mean, I feel like the feeling that I'm trying to go for is that you're still in a area that is kind of like dense in foliage and whatnot, and that's kind of where I want to go with this, right? Right? That's the idea. So this one has a broken shader now, so it's not even going to work, and it looks kind of funky. Like that one over here, it looks super funky. That's because this shader, while I was working on this shader, I kind of broke these other ones. So I'm going to go, that's the job before I get into the systems stuff. And this one's like completely gone. Yeah, there's some issues going on here. Yeah, this might be too big. Like I like it, but it might just be too big. Because like if I go over here, you'll see that this tree is now like not showing anything at all. Even though, I mean, technically I would be close to under it, but not really under it. So I'm doing this without using any ray casting at all. So this is just coordinates. Um, I think I'm going to minimize it a little bit. So let's do that. First, we're going to go over here, move this up here. So this is the control for that right now, this shader that you're looking at. So let's actually push this to the right and make this here. So I can get an idea. So I could do something like that, which would make it tighter. And I don't want it to go that far out, so we can do something like that. So let's see what the effect is now. Right. Better. Much better. All right, I like this a little bit better. Right, so now I can do that, and then I could actually work to increase this a bit, decrease that a bit. Right, and so now this should not, it will decrease, but it's going to decrease sharper once it gets to that point. Oh, that's way too small. That's good. All right, what about this now? Yeah, I think, like, if you're fighting an enemy, you can't really see, like, you can see everything within your immediate area, I think. Right? But things like over to the right, let's make this normal. So, like, this is how the game is intended to be viewed. Things over here are not going to be showing as well. Like things over to the bottom right. And that's just the nature of how the camera, like if the camera is completely top down, then it would be fine, I guess. But, or if I gave control, because I don't intend to give control of the camera to the player. It's going to just be following the player. And I wanted that kind of feel where like when you get to like a specific corner, like over here, well, I don't think it's going to do it over here. It started to, but like over here, you'll see it happen. Right? So that's kind of what I wanted. Where you have this, the camera just lets you go once it kind of signifies to the player, hey, you're at the end of the map kind of situation, or you're approaching the end, and that's how that works. So that's the kind of camera that I wanted, and I think that works well for the kind of combat that's going to be in the game also. Um, so I think this is good. I think we probably, let's go back over here real quick. Yeah. So we want to lower this a bit, right? About there's good. So 0.4 and that. And let's see what that looks like over here. There's no winning. It has to be like a middle ground. So this is, I mean, this is gonna do its thing anyway. Um, oops, 0.5. Let's do that. So now from there, and then it'll reach. Okay, now we'll try that. Let's see what happens. So it shouldn't get completely. There we go. That's a lot better, I think. All right. And so this, I think we can go up to 0.6. And we can still see enemies. We can... But I don't like that hard border. There we go. That's a lot better. Like, you can still see the hard border, but it's not as bad. Let's bring this up to 0.2. But I think it's going to start murking this again. I mean, the easy solution is just to not put this on the same shader. Or just not use that particular tree for that. But I like it. Anyway, I think this is safe. I think this is good. I think if you're fighting like a whole bunch of enemies, you can kind of get surprised from different directions. If you're like out here, you can see everything pretty clearly. But once you go in here, it's a little bit obscured. It's a little bit more foresty. And there's going to be a couple of them. Like, this is obviously not a complete map. You have a floating rock here. But let's get to it now. So we figured out a good size. So 0.6 and 0.2. So let's maximize that. All right. So fade range is going to be, yeah, there I was working on quite a few things. I did not set this up, so that's not in there yet. But this is the shader. This is what was doing the magic before. Just this part. This is something else. This is the tree swaying in the wind. But this stuff took a second. It did. I could go into a little bit of like what I understand of shaders, but yeah, it's really just once you've learned like stuff like this, it becomes a ton easier to manage it. Um, we don't need this anymore, and we can have that. So I think of these more like privates, the varying, and I think of these as public because that's what they are. These are displayed in the inspector. I'm not really going to go into it. If it's wanted, then I'll go into it. But right now, I'm just going to get stuff done. So the fade range that we want is going to be 0.6. And the cull cutoff is going to be 0.2. right? I think we're gonna rename this, right? Because that's what it's doing. It's the border of the fade range. So effectively, once you go from this to this, it's transitioning. What it's saying is that it's going to transition for 20% of the fade range. That's basically what it is. And the fade range is it's gonna it's going to handle 60% of the material um, based on the position of the character. So where's that? Oh, there it is. The character position. We can actually comment this out also. Right? So the entire idea of this is to add in a dissolve effect and put like an emission there and stuff like that. And I haven't the slightest bit of clues how to go about implementing that yet. And I might do it, but I kind of like the way that it is right now. It's not in your face. But I think there's better ways of handling it. So now the next thing that I was wondering, and this is just how I am and how I ended up getting stalled. What is this? Let's get rid of that. Um, is I'm a person who wants to ask the questions that I can't get answers to easily. So the question that I want to ask is, should I be implementing this fading on a separate shader on a different pass? Right? And the reason why that's a question for me is because if I want to apply like a dissolve effect and I want to have, let's say, the dissolve effect being a specific pattern, like I want to pass in a pattern and I want that dissolve effect to show that pattern, then I want to add noise to it and things like that. Then should that be on a separate pass or can I put that all on the same pass? That's really what it came down to. And as far as my head being wrapped around this, I don't think it needs to. But for the purposes of just applying it to multiple shaders, I think it would just be easier to apply the fade to each different shader as a separate pass, or to each material as a separate pass on that material. Right? That's my idea right there. But um, maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. I don't know. So the job here is pretty simple. We got to go and we got to look for all of these shaders now. Uh, I did not do a good job of organizing these. So, because I was like in the middle of doing things. Like this should not be here. All right. Okay, there we go. So let's take a look. We need to find where I put these shaders. The easiest way is to just go to the shader. Am I in the right area? Yep. Okay. So we go to the shader. We go look at its resources, and it is in leaves birch. It is in materials set one. You see, like it's in the materials section, which kind of makes sense. But I have a shader section, so I'm going to try to push all of that into there. No, I think this is where I should be looking. It's in assets, art, materials. That one. Yeah, it's in the same area. Assets, art, materials, set one. Yep, these are all shaders. Okay. So let's do ourselves a favor. We're going to copy this before we lose track of it. And then we are going to check on the reference material that's being used on this. It is trees, leaves, 2A1. Okay. And we're going to close all of these. Yeah, we don't need this open. Okay. So we have leaves, birch, trash. So that's this one. So we have two, we have birch leaves and leaves birch. That just shows you how organized that was. So let's do that. Okay. Leaves, birch, trace. This is birch leaves trace, and we want to get to the shader here. Good. We have grass 1 shader, leaves 1 shader. Some of them are opening on their own, some of them are not. That's fine. Just got to make sure I don't hit the wrong ones. Okay, I think pines are off. We do not touch pines. Okay. Okay, so this is the base one. All right. And it's really just a matter of copy pasting at this point now. And just making sure that we're not messing with the wrong stuff. Yep. Now, this rubs me the wrong way on so many different levels because yeah, like this is one of the ones I don't mess with. There we go. And this is another one I don't mess with. Because I don't like the idea of copy pasting code across different shaders. The same code. But there's a reason why that I have to keep, like, it's my reptilian brain is telling me this is bad. You don't want to do this. Stop doing this. You're hurting yourself. And then I remember that the reason why I'm doing it this way is because later on I might be going into each one of these shaders and extending them in different ways. Like some of the trees might be a mixture of leaf colors representing like autumn seasons and so on. So for now, they all have the same basic stuff. And typically, what you would do for something like this is you would do inheritance, and I would just inherit the basic stuff from trees. But I don't know if you can do inheritance in shader code. I don't think you can. So I'm doing it this way. And that's it. I think that's it. Pine we don't want to touch. Because pine, oh no, what's wrong with pine? Why is it like this? This might have been, I screwed up something before, but we're going to do it this way and see if maybe it has what we wanted from it. I don't know. Let me see, what was it before? It was nothing. Okay, do it this way. I don't know why pine is doing that, so we're just going to... And what about this last pine? Yeah, this last one we don't touch. Okay. So the reason why I'm not touching the other ones is because they are already using a different type of shader that it creates a kind of... never. I am not going to be using it for a very long time, but the idea is that those trees have a what's called a normal diffuse, where where it's blending in two different textures. So one texture is the snow, the other texture is um, its its leaves, or like its regular leaves, stuff like that. So basically, it looks like a tree with snow covering top of it. And I don't need to mess with that because I'm not for now. All of the all of the maps I'm going to be making are inside of a forest. Later on, I'll worry about that stuff. Um, okay, that's it for the trees. So I think because these are resources, we don't have to save anything, but let's just save just in case. Yeah, fine. Uh, okay. So now that we've gotten that done, the next thing is we need to go through each one and just make sure that yep, okay, it's good. Nope, that's wrong. There we go. Okay, so what's that one called again? Tree leaves 2A1. Okay, good. And this should load, quick load. Tree. Good. I think these are the ones that are slightly different. Yeah, 4 and 5 are different. Okay. Oops. Tree leaves 2A1. This is the alpha. What does the alpha look like? Oh, that's cool. I could have used the alpha the entire time. You know, we should probably go back and change all of them for the alpha. Let me take a look. I'm going to test out what the alpha looks like. I just bumped into that. I didn't realize I had that asset. Okay, let's go back and see what this looks like in Cian. Nice. It's actually better than using the color. There's less I can already see there's less what do you call it? The artifacts from the transparency. And you can see that the other trees are starting to do their thing too now. Some of them are going to be acting wonky still. I haven't changed them. That's cool. Okay. Um, we might actually have to get the depth, right? Like that might be a thing that we need to get also. So the idea is that we get the depth because like stuff like this starts fading out when we get close to them, which is fine, I guess. But and this is kind of popping in and popping out. Why is it doing that? Oh, I see. Hmm. It's popping in and popping out because I see. We need some way. Oh, the shader is not done yet. This shader is like a never-ending freaking thing at this point. Basically, what's happening is that it's very quickly going back up to uh It's going from it's not just gradually going up to being visually represented again. It's definitely just popping back in at a full one visual. So it would be less jarring if that, yeah. It would be less jarring if it faded back in. Like if over here you'll see that it actually starts to fade back in, right? But when we get to the edge, for some reason it's popping. Now it might fix. Oh wow, it didn't pop that time. Now it popped. Hmm. Okay, fair. It might fix itself once I apply the same shader to the rock, because then it'll all be blending off the same properties. So let's not mess with the shader yet, and actually, um, like if that's what I'm saying. Like if I put that shader on a second pass, then I only need to change that shader once instead of having to go in through each one of these materials and then changing it. But I'm just not sure. Like this is the problem with being completely new to this stuff. Oh. Yeah, this is the problem with being completely new. In Unity, it was kind of the same thing. Like once you get a shader, you have to extend the current shader in, so you're always changing a whole bunch of different shaders. So I'm not new to that. But in Godot, it gives you the pass to do it. The problem is that as you're doing multiple passes, um, that's really not the best way. I mean, it's a way, but it's not the best way to handle it. It's probably better to just do it this way and stop crying about it. All right, so we'll consider the trees done. This tree should have fixed itself. Yeah, you see the ugly mess that was there before is gone. This one is still an ugly mess, but I don't know which version. Let's go back and take a look and find what tree that is. What is this? This is a bush? Is that what this is? Let me see if I'm grabbing the right one. Yep, that's the right one. That's a bush. Let's open it up. Take a look. What's happening here? Yeah, you see, I've gotten better at Godot. I actually know about that stuff now. What's in the yeah, it's already bad. I don't know what's going on there. Uh, mesh. I clicked the mesh. Where is the, oh, there it is. Material override. Open that up, and it's using something else. What shader is this? Tree leaves. Okay, so this is somewhere else. So we have other shaders we need to hit before we can go forward. So where are you? It is in materials set 2. Oh wow, we have a whole bunch of stuff here that needs setting up. Let's start with flowers are fine, actually. Leave that the same. Go to trees real quick. And I think we want to let's get rid of all of this stuff. Hey. There we go. And we can use the alpha. No. What the heck is going on here? Hmm. Hmm. Weird. You know what? Let's do it this way. Sure. open this up over here and let's take a look and see what's going on. It has to do with the alpha, obviously, but I don't know. Maybe I need to multiply. No, we're doing it here. Maybe you need to multiply this by the G. Yep, there we go. I don't like it, though. It is very weird looking. Hmm. It is extremely weird looking. Let's take a look and see what's going on over here. Okay, so... Oh, that's why it's weird looking. There we go. That's much better. All right, so let's go back to the test. Let's run it again. Okay, so now let's go over here. And it's completely gone. Oh, it's over here. One sec, let's move that a little bit closer. There. Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to apply some kind of depth consideration. Yeah, I think I need to apply some kind of depth consideration to this. And I think I'm going to go super sharp. That's what I think I want to do. Because we have stuff like this where this is just being silly. Like, there is no way this thing is affecting this, but it still is. What the heck? Right? So it's now the question is if I go like over here on the screen, it's going to still, because on the screen it's still nearby. But the moment I go like this far, you'll start to see everything fading back in. So how far is that? Right? Fade out, fade in. So this is a little bit too far away, I think. Right? If you're this far already, that's just my take on it. I think that that might be a little bit too far. I might have to look to see like how to make a global property and then just change the global property for that. That's something for tomorrow. For right now, this is good enough. It's not the game's gonna go out tomorrow. So let's close this. Let's go back to this. And so let's finish these trees up. All right. And then we can go over here. We can go to 2A1. Just grab the first one, and that should do it. We're gonna actually, for the trees, I'm going to, I feel like For the trees, I'm going to make the fade range a little bit smaller. There we go. That's what I think I'm going to do. For the trees, it's going to be a little bit smaller because it's like it's kind of silly. But let me check. Hold on. Global, yes. Float, fade, distance, int, range. Okay, is that a thing? Uniform. Accepted a uniform. Expected a uniform. Global uniform fade distance does not exist. Created in the project settings. Project settings. Where in the project settings do I create it? Probably something named shader or global or something like that. Input map, localization, shader globals. Okay. This is going to be a float. And its name is going to be the fade distance. And we will add that. And we will set this to 0.5. So then we'll rename this and say, oh, come on, you can't rename it? The heck? Can I? I don't think you can rename it. Project settings. Not once you, oh, wait. No, you can't remake it. You can't rename it once you've made it. Okay, so I'm going to rename this fade range. No, we're going to keep it fade distance. And I think we're going to get rid of this part. I don't think it's necessary. Right. Okay, good. And then down here, we can do a multiplication. So where is it? Fade range multiplied by fade distance. Actually, no, we don't do that here. We do it here. And here. Okay. I don't like it. It's doing what it should do, but I don't like the result. So we're going to delete this, and we're going to just name this fade range. And then we're going to add that. And then we're going to set that to 0.6. All right, and then we're going to close that. And so now when we go here to the shader, we can do this. Get rid of this. Now that we know that this works, this is my learning process. Global, there we go. And now we just delete that. Unknown identifier expression fade. What? Oh. Yeah, we can get rid of this now. I don't like it. I just added a complexity we didn't need. Because if something goes wrong now, I have to think about a multiplication into a value that I have to go somewhere else to change. I don't like that at all. Um, okay. So now trees will start fading at that range. And I think 0.5 is 20% less than where we were originally. I don't want to mess with this too much. I want to get into other things than just shading. Let's test this out one more time. That's better. That's much, much better. All right, that is much better. What happens? We haven't changed the stuff over here, so this stuff is going to still start vanishing if we get too close to it. But that's good enough. We're going to go back one more time before this and then just change all of the other ones to using that uh, global entry. For right now, though, we just need to go back to the shader. We're going to do this. And let's just do this real quick. There we go. So these two... There we go. Fade distance. What? Yeah. Yeah. Go back here. Right. Grab all of this. Copy. Global's already there. Global's already there. And we'll also change this. This is the original. Always keep it open. Okay. These three are now done. We have the foliage. What's going on in foliage? I don't think we can really mess with this, I'll be honest. Do we have... Oh, we do have... Grr. Okay. So we have to break this into parts because this is doing something different here. So it's one thing if I want the wind to affect, let's say, trees or the foliage on leaves. There's a different math that had to be applied to this because when this is rotating, I don't want the actual stem of the flower to rotate. It's like that's like kind of more of a fixed point, and the closer you get to its top, the more it will swing. So that's basically the difference here. So with this one, we just do a little bit finagling. We just do this. Then I'm going to grab the fragment here. And then we just replace this fragment. Because why not? And then we can go here. And I think most of this is the same. So let's delete this, do like this. Now let's take a look. So we can get rid of this. Right? Whoops. We can get rid of this. Sorry, this. Push this up here. And we can get rid of this. It's basically the same thing, but just in case I've changed it already, move it. Okay. We don't need wind force because we have the X and Z. What else? And we don't need this. Character position. Let's replace with this. That should fix. Yep, there we go. And I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, the wind force is over here. We're doing some uniform stuff here, so let's group this together. We don't need fade distance on this anymore, pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so group, uniforms, wind parameters. Okay. I think that's it. All right, let's try this out, see what's going on. Looks good. I'm happy with it. Next. I haven't touched these yet. And I think I haven't touched these yet. I think or have I? What the heck is going on here? Shaders. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I haven't touched these yet. So these are going to come back purple, which is the color you get when you have shaders you have not touched. I think I'm going to treat these plant leaves. I think I'm going to treat these like the flower. Right? These might be like, I think these are going to be the very small plants that are just around, which in that case, they don't need to move like trees move. They need to move like regular flowers or stuff like that would move. If there was wind. We're going to get rid of this. You don't need it. And we're just going to go here, copy. And then we can just do the rest like that. Okay. So now all of these, you'll see them. Basically, it looks like that, but really it's just taking a color and doing its thing. Okay. We have no... Yes, we can take, I don't know what to take. Uh, what was 2A1 named again? It was named Alpha. So let's try doing that. Maybe we have other alphas in here. We have a Pine Alpha. So we could probably be using that for stuff. Grass Blades Alpha. It'd be nice if I knew, like... What? You know what? I'm going to leave these empty. That way, when it does show up, it'll be some weird blocky stuff, and I'll know it needs to be fixed. Because if I do this, it'll just look weird, but then I'll just like ignore it because not a big deal. Uh, okay. So now the next step is project organization. These are shaders that are part of the trees, right? And so this is the trees. I don't think so. I need to get this into a place. where we take this. Um, this shouldn't be here. This is, I can delete this, remove. Okay. That was, I remember that. That was an accidental trunks. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So Godot provides these automatically, which is just like very awesome. Um, okay, so I have an idea. And set, yeah, I have an idea. I know what to do. And what's going on in here? Nothing. So really what we're trying to do is this. My brain was just not letting me do it. Okay, and we can now delete this. Well, if we have materials that are supposed to be for foliage, rocks, cancel, rocks. Okay, I guess you don't want to. Oh, there we go. Caves. I'm pretty sure stuff is happening. Okay. Whew. All right, the last part of this is rocks. We need to apply that shader, that transparency shader. We need to apply it to rocks. So we're going to start with the grassy one because that one is the easiest. Well, not easiest, but by far it is it is like the framework for all of the other ones. Okay. Nothing we're doing is going to be happening inside of the fragment shader, so we don't have to worry about that. So we can actually delete this. This is from when I was trying to do it the first time. And we don't need this. Or sorry, nothing we're going to do is happening inside of the vertex shader. We can actually just get rid of that. Yeah, see, this is the part now. It's handled so differently that my brain, I kind of just want to leave it the way that it is, I'll be honest. But I can't, because we saw what happened if I don't. It pops in and pops out. So part of my brain is saying the easiest way to handle this would be to take the fragment shaders. What is happening here? Hold on. Let's actually just double check something before I start doing weird things. Nope. Yep, there you go. Open this up. Mesh. Here we go. Okay, that explains a lot. Okay, so here we go. So we don't need this. We can get rid of this. And over here, we can say, instead of the world, we actually can get rid of world vertex also. And we can just say, I think it's camera. I think it's view. No. Why do we need to think? We can just go look and see how we did it before. Screen. There we go. Oops. What the? Oh. screen UV. Yeah, that was not good. And this should be a vector 2. Okay. Parent transparency. So what this is trying to do is find that alpha. And how we did that before is we take the... Oh, yeah. Also, we need to do the offset. Right? Otherwise, it'll do weird things. So now the next step is the character distance. Do this the right way. Is the way I like to do it. Amount. Did it pick it up? Um, okay, now it knows character distance doesn't exist. Do I have unknown identifiers for sure? Character distance. Does it pick it up? Nope. All right. It doesn't want to pick it up. So we'll just go back and put it back to the way it was. Don't ask, don't tell. If I do this, that should give me an error. So now if I do this, I don't know, man. I really don't know sometimes. My mind is blown. Whatever. Um, on the other side, I don't think it was messing with that. It's just the compiler was being silly. Okay. All right, good. So, yeah, let's just do that. We'll take the... We already captured that on that side. Now let's just clamp. Yeah, let's grab them both. Okay. So the character distance needs to be... Oh, I see what the problem was. My eyes. I don't know. Because I was actually doing this for a few hours before this started, so maybe my eyes are just tired, but I didn't see that. There we go. Now it should work perfectly fine. Oh, fade range doesn't exist. So, um, group uniforms. Yeah, this is from this specific normalizing shader is from a really powerful resource, Godot shaders. So you can, it's a really good tool that I use to kind of get me started in understanding what Godot shaders are trying to do. As with everything, take anything that you get from anywhere with a grain of salt and just goof around until you get it yourself. Okay. So we'll start adding it here. So this is global uniform fade range. Didn't I name it fade range? Expected data type. Oh, global uniform float. Okay. And then it has the fade cut off. So we're going to have a uniform float fade cut off, and this can be int. There we go. Okay. And we'll set this to 0.2, I guess. What? It was already there, so why was it acting like it wasn't there? Let's do this. So something else is missing. Oh. Okay. So text. What is this? This has a ton of stuff happening. So let's take a look real quick. Resource. So in this case, we actually have to set the alpha after all of this. So I'm going to take this. Let's actually comment these out. Right, because it's doing it once for each one of these. And that's fine, I guess. Maybe. I think I have an idea. I think I get what needs to happen here. Okay, I get it. So we don't have to do this anymore. And we can take this and set this to this. Okay. Now, we don't have a fade border. Do we? Oh. Alright, so we need to take this. So where is this whole magical cutoff thing coming from? Nowhere. I just imagined it. Got it. That makes things a little bit... Where's fade cutoff? So we can get rid of fade cutoff at some point. For right now, this is what we're going to do. Good. And then we can do that. Okay. And now from there, we can do this. And it'll be handling the alpha. All of those. That should be it. Let's save. Take a look at the rock. It should be, yep, it is thoroughly invisible. Let's do a few things before I go testing this out. This, I want to make all of these useless. Handle any bugs that come from that. There we go. So we can get rid of this. And that's the only bug? Awesome, we did a good job. Okay, let's test this out. See what happens if we walk under the rock. The rock is completely gone. And if we move, the rock starts to fade in. As you get closer, the rock. So let's actually go to that rock real quick. Flat rock. And lower this down to like 0.5. Thing. Yeah, that's better. Lower it down a little bit more. Right, again, all that's really doing is it's saying, hey, if this gets to this point, like once something goes past this point, um, with regards to how close it is to the player, whatever it is, then this is going to go completely invisible. Right? So long as, so like the areas that are literally the player standing under it is completely transparent, but everything else starts to fade. So let's take a look at that real quick. See if this is handling beef pop. Oh, it still pops. It's not as heavy-handed, but it's still there. It has to do something with the draw order, I'm guessing, then. Like, I was thinking maybe I could handle it differently, but no, it's popping. And it has to deal with the draw order, I'm 100% sure. It's the draw order. We'll figure it out later. For now, this is good enough, I think. As far as, like, you can still see the silhouette of the rock. You can still move around. Ah, yeah, so the state machine basically, like, you can technically attack, cast a spell, and go back to just regular walking and running, or you can move around. Now, you saw a little bit of skidding, right? Like, if I go like this, the character kind of skids around a little bit. I kind of like it like that, I'll be honest. Maybe that'll be a little bit different. Okay, sorry about that. Um, so this is done, right? The shader stuff, I mean. So let's get out of here. We now have a proper system for the shaders. One sec. We just need to apply the same changes to the other. Fortunately, not that complicated. We can just go here. We can delete this. Yep. And we're just going to go here. Right? I don't think I've touched any of the others. But I haven't completed all of the rocks. Essentially, only the ones that I needed. Kind of realized how much work was ahead of me. And just said, I don't need to mess with the rest of these. So, let's see. Um, which one was the one? Which one was the one that I started with? Oh boy. I think this was it. Global, yeah, okay. So I can do it to the rest of these now. So just go one, boom. Of course, these are going to be messed up, but still. Done. These are all going to be messed up now, but they'll have the correct code in them to handle this stuff. Okay, this is my novice level coding done. And we just have to do a little bit of organization after this. Let's get rid of all of these. We're gonna have to go into this one more time, all of those shaders, but not today, obviously. I am done with them for today, but we're gonna have to go into those at some point. And there we go. And pretty much just to handle all of the materials. I do want to go back into trees real quick. No, this is the bark. There we go. Right. Okay, and I do want to replace all of these with 2A1 alphas. If I could open up all of them at the same time and just change them all, that would have been awesome. The difference, the reason why I'm going to even bother with this is just that it's a lot easier to change the color dynamically for an alpha than it is for something that's grayscaled for something versus something that's already colored like this, right? Because this and this color are great, but if I take this to the next level, then the other color, I'm going to have to adjust this color. That's going to give me wonky stuff sometimes. Oops. So it's just better to go grayscaled or go home. Ooh, okay. This one is weird. Should not be using. Oh, this is the snow stuff. That's why. Got it. So this, and this is when I started using alphas. Got it. What's this? This must be snow also. Okay, I think that's it. Let's get into some game development now. Let's close this out. Do I already have? We're good. All right, got my hands on some pistachios. And so now I think what I'm going to be working on is I want to make a dice roller. I've been playing some Baldur's Gate and then decided I like the idea of scaling off of um, a, specific ranges. I used to play D&D quite a bit, actual tabletop, um, and I enjoyed it. But I was always wondering, how was it that I was going to handle the different elements and how they throw damage around? And then playing Baldur's Gate kind of reminded me, hey, there's a whole kind of randomized damage system that you can have, right? And I like the simplicity of things either being resistant or being immune to something rather than having the damage scale. So you either take half damage or no damage rather than um, portions of damage, right? So there's a couple of systems that are going to be made from that. First off, I need to catch myself back up on where I was with data in this game, right? So we need to take a look at that. So we're actually going to try to play the mini game real quick. Oops, accidentally closed. Sure. Um, let's reopen that. There we go. Fair. So let's go back and for Windows being Windows. Stop. There we go. Okay. So let's go back and take a look at that mini game that I had made before. I probably might make my next thumbnail that mini game. Looks pretty good. I'm expecting this thing to completely uh, hate my guts and tell me why I'm wrong and all kinds of hoo-ha. I'm absolutely expecting this. Even though I have not touched this thing, I've touched the resources around it, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to like the fact that I did that. And so it should be in scenes, instances, debug. No, it's not in debug. Where the hell did I put it? Composition, minigames, breakthrough minigame. Um, which one is the one that I need to go through? Minor, mana orb, and this is the actual. Yep. Okay. So it says that it doesn't have the background ripple shader. Let's fix that dependency. Okay, did that fix it? Hey! There we go. Alright, let's try to play it. Aha! Okay, so let's see. So it's looking for here the mana orbs. So that's this. Let's just copy this. This is the thing with Godot I don't like. I think there is a way to store a packed scene. Let me see something here. We're gonna test this out. See what happens. Okay. And this does this work? Orb death particle. Let's make this bigger so I can see more. There we go. I don't think this will work because this is expecting this path. Will this work? Must be a constant string. Damn you! I tried. I was finagling. Trying to be a hustler. Okay. So it needs to be a there's another string. Hmm. Bear with me. Sometimes Godot does things in these ways. Oh, oops. Ah. That's terrible. That sucks. I hate the idea of having the freaking put in. I hate it. Let me see what this looks like in the editor. I think this is over here. No, where is this script? Minor breakthrough game. What script is this? Breakthrough game, minor breakthrough game. Oh, this is it. No 2D. Minor breakthrough game. Probably because of these. Get rid of these for a second. Oh, whoops. So much time in the shader script. We kind of need them there, so I'm going to just do this. Does that fix it? Error preload. Is it running? Ah, it is running. Okay. Oops. Ah, stop. There we go. Okay. We can just do this. Screw the noise. Um, it is the orb. What was this thing called? Let me see. Mana destroy explosion. No, no. No, that's a shader. That's a shader again. There's the second one. Mana destroy explosion. There we go. Mana orb break. There we go. Okay. So now, what does this mean? Well, what does it look like over here? Let's take a look. Can we load a packed scene? Let's take a look. What can we call on it? Bundled. Pack. Nope. Pack will ignore any subnodes not owned. Nope. This isn't what I was looking for. Whatever. We're gonna... at some point, I'm gonna figure out a better way of handling that. I do not like this. Don't like it. I mean, technically, I think I do have a way of handling this already. Let me see something real quick. If I remember correctly, I think I made something to handle this. Is it seen? All right, hold on. Let me go back because it's been a while. I've just been doing so many other things that I forgot my systems are set up. But I think I already made a system for this to make future me not lose his cool in this situation. So I think it's in repository. No. Scene data dot. No. Is it scenes dot? Aha! There we go. Um, breakthrough minigame. What is this? Nice. So we can do scenes dot breakthrough minigame dot mana orb breakthrough to get that. That is so much prettier than this. What is this now? This is the mana orb itself. This is a constant, though, isn't it? It's a static variable, but it's not constant. Let me see something. Can this be changed? Const. Hmm. Okay, so if we change that real quick, and if we go back to where were we here? Yes, yes, yes. We know. You're mad. I got you. Let's set that back. Okay. Does this work? It appears to work. Now the question is, does this work over here? Nope. Reload file. Oh, right. That's true. Doesn't exist. Um, because we need to do this. We've changed our file structure so much since the last time that we need to do this. Let's go back to the repositories. Yeah. Assets. It should be under resources. Repository. Means repository. And we need to do we can just do, I think we can do an update. That should update everything. And we can just double check. Let's close this real quick. Close this. Okay, let's open this. It should give me a warning. Ah, whoops. Where did it put it? It put it in script, so it made a folder called script somewhere. There it is. What did it name? It named it scenes. Yeah. So this needs to be updated. Got it. Because this is no longer this. So we need to actually scenes GD. Where is it? It's trying to get this for the nested properties path. And then, but that changed. So it's coming back. It's spitting out nothing because there is nothing to spit out. It's looking in the wrong area, in other words. So where are my scenes? So they would be in Sophia, add-ons, scenes. Here it is. Copy. Make sure I'm doing it right. Scripts, logic. Why is it looking there? Oh, I see. No, I get what's happening. So this is actually correct. Let's just get this. And we will copy the path and we'll just paste this here. Actually, let's make this copy path and paste that here. All right, so it's going to basically look through all of my Sophiae projects and put all of the scenes in this. And so now this needs to be same thing, but we just replace that with this. There, done. And that should do it. Let's save. That should do it now. So now when I go down to here, scenes, reload, and holy crap, it did its thing. It did do its thing. We have problems. Expected end of statements variables. What's going on here and why? I know what the problem is here. Right, this should be this. And this. I don't know if, I mean, I guess. I'm assuming that that's fine. But this should have added the underscore. I don't know why it didn't. And so what's wrong with this one now? Oh. It's not adding the underscores for some reason. I need to find out what's going on there. Now what's wrong with these? Expected end of statement after variable declaration found literal instead. Flat rock group. Uh-huh. So it's not adding the underscore. Is what I can see. So that's good. I want to find out what character is happening here, because I think with spaces, like all of these should be spaces, and it's adding the underscore there, but for certain ones, it's not adding the underscore. But outside of that, I want to see, apparently, if I make these constants, then we can still get them. Godot still treats them even more strongly than it does if it was static. So we're going to turn all of these into constants. And then, so that way we can just load directly. Which is weird, because when I tested it originally, I didn't test it on preload. I tested it with regular loading, and it worked perfectly fine. But when you try to do it with a preload, apparently you need to have it as a constant. So it's a little bit of work. We just need to go into the script that's handling this. But yeah, this is problems right now. Yeah, sure, we'll save. Doesn't really make a difference. We're going to delete this for right now. And we need to actually look for. We need to look for the while it's handling that. I just don't remember the name of it. Like scenes something, I think. Well, let's go take a look over here. Nope. Resources. Okay, it's scene data. Hey, so right here, you see it's saying if the script's content. Oh wait, hold on. Wow, it's been a while. Hold on. It should have like something that's just replacing. For class in active script content plus equals and class underscore class capitalize. For scene name, bring in active path. Okay, so this is the path that we're getting. And this is the scene name. And then this is the class capitalized. So we need to take this, we need to get rid of any bases in it and replace those with underscore. That's what's happening here. And the same thing with this. Wait, with this scene name. I think Godot has a built-in. Hmm. 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 1 sec. Hmm. Yeah, see, it's not coming up. I hate autocomplete, man. It just capitalize. Nope. It's supposed to be like something like snake. Yeah, to snake case. There we go. Okay, that's what I needed. What does this do? Gotcha. That's nice. I think this is. I had to make this, if I remember correctly. All right, so is going to be equal to. Let's try doing it inline and see what happens. Why do it the easy way when we can do it the fancy way? All right, so first we snake case it, then we capitalize it, and that's it. And then this one, We turn this into snake case also. And that should be it. Let's see if that worked. Go back. Get out of this. Scenes. Update. And we go back down to our scene. Reload. Yeah, it did it for these. Yeah, see, all of these are working fine now, but it didn't do it for this. Class names. Hey. All right. So, what does that mean? That means that we probably are going to try to do something like this. I think that's a is that a legitimate thing? Snake case to upper. Yeah, it is. I typed it right. All right, let's try it one more time. See what happens. Reload. And what do we have? Oops, there we go. Says something is happening all the way down here. Whoa, what's all of this? Bushes. But this has this thing happening here. These two. So let's check if the string has some way of handling that built in. I mean, we could do that, but I don't want to. What does this do? Strip edges and stripped. Yeah, interesting. Returns a copy of the string with special characters. Like, this is new terminology for me. I've never encountered a case where you'd call something escaping or unescaping. All right, we're going to try that. See. We're gonna try that. Let's see. C on escape. Because that's just weird. That's just how people name their files. I've never seen someone name the file with a bracket like that before. But they did. Special characters, right? But the file is named that way. So we have to update the script accordingly. Basically, the problem with these. Um, yeah, that's the problem. The lazy way. I'm just going to go in. I'm going to copy that. And we're just going to go and do it this way. And then we still end up with these. Why would you do it that way, sir? Like, you had the simple format of using underscores, and then all of a sudden you're using brackets and colons. Like, that's. I'm sorry, parentheses. Like, that's why. They just unnecessary. And I just refuse to have to expand the code so much that now what are you going to include? Freaking images and stuff next? Like, come on, man. Keep it consistent. Like, if you didn't name anything else this way, why would you suddenly start naming these? Okay, I think that'll be it. According to this, and that's the benefit of this system also, it'll point out when you have problems like this. So this is, I don't know what the problem is here. Do not know what the problem is there. But over here, we do know what the problem is. So you go to bush 1 underscore 1a. There we go. Actually, you know what? We can just do this. There we go. Okay, hopefully that's it. Do we have any more? Throw it at me now. Items we've already taken care of. That's it. Okay. So let's go back into the script real quick. Scene data. And we're going to change this from being static var to being const. And then that's it. So now save this. Let's go back up. Yep, trees. Yeah, sure. Resources. There we go. Scenes. Close this. Let's open that up. All right. Scenes. Reload. And we still have this issue. What is this? There's these expected after class declaration. Yeah, let's go into this real quick. It looks like we're not going to. Let's try that. I don't know if this is going to work at all, but certainly try. So first, we're actually going to do this. We're going to erase. We're going to erase any commas. Can we do erase on multiple things? Class. String. For class. I don't know why that gave me an error like that. But I don't want to poke the bear and find out why. We're going to just try this out to see if this works. Naming things, man. Means. Let's close this. The heck. Close it. Go back up again. Means. Delete everything. Let's put everything back. Okay, now it should offer me. Why isn't it telling me to reload? Where's the errors? The errors are down here. The only thing I could think of is that scene data had an error. States. Oh, strange. Let's try this one more time. Scenes. If this worked, that means that erase was giving an error. It just wasn't saying it. Yeah, see, it's over here. Clear this out. There you go. Reload. Okay. And so, yeah, it's going to, the errors, the first one's over here. So it's not going to read the ones further down. But if I get rid of this, let me see something. Man, that works. Yeah, and if I get rid of this, this is just the only issue I'm having right now is the commas. Okay, good. And then we have chopped trees. Do I see anything else giving issues? Okay, so we actually have this issue here with chopped. There we go. Now the code should naturally figure this out, yes. And I probably will later on extend it so that way it'll grab these also, but it's just faster this way. Because I don't know what I did before, and I'd have to spend the time to figure that out. Okay. So the very first thing is, I think there is a replace command. Let's go here and let's just take a look at string real quick. I think there is replace your, so something replay. Some string methods have corresponding variation fixed with and replace. Replaces all case insensitive occurrences. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. There we go. Okay, now we have it. So I was close. I was close. So we do a replace. So let's just make a function for this real quick. Func. Get a valid name, I guess. And push back out a string. And it is going to take in a name string data. And it's going to say, we're actually going to make this a static. Oops. Okay, so now it's just going to go through the process, right? We have var output. Yeah, output going to be equal to data.replace replace that with nothing. Feels like there should probably be something that does this automatically, but whatever. And then we just return the output. Right, and there we go. So now that's going to just push that through this. So let's actually just dump this into static real quick. We go back over here. Sorry. It's gonna need a reset. Let's just do that real quick. Okay, good. This is just it being silly because I have this open. It won't. It shouldn't give. It's like sending signals. I'm gonna have to go through this at some point to figure out the load order for what's happening here. But it's nothing that should stop the game from running. Um, yeah, basically, like it's just looking. What's happening here is that there's a whole bunch of stuff inside of this that's looking for stuff, and it's not finding it in the right locations because that's just what happens when you move stuff around. So what I'm working on is alleviating this, believe it or not. Um, okay, so if we assume that this is going to work, that's a big assumption. Uh, we can probably do the same with this. We can do a static get valid name, and then we can just put in the scene name. And then we turn it to snake case and do all kinds of mumbo jumbo with it. What's the problem? Scene, oh. Okay. All right. Now let's try handling this one more time. Just get rid of all of this stuff. Go to scenes. Create. It did create stuff. So what did it say? Repository size is now 37. That's a little bit, it's tiny. I don't believe you. Be a lot more than that. Scenes. Reload. Hey, we got no issues. What about the ones with multiple names? Like, yeah, okay. So it handled it. It's taken care of those problems. Took me a second, but I did it. All right. So now let's go back to this and let's take a look at whatever the heck we were doing over here. Let's zoom in a bit. Not sure what the resolution is like, but so we had this stuff happening up at the top of the preloads, right? Actually, let's zoom out. It's a little bit too much. Okay, so what we want So you want to test this out. So scenes dot what is it? Minigame breakthrough minigame dot mana orb breakthrough. Right, that's what we want. So let's go here. I'm about that life right now. So if we do this, particles, we are about that life right now. That's what we're all about right now. That's what we're doing. This is it. Ah, feels like I should smoke a cigar and say this is when a good plan came together, huh? But yeah, this is it. It's a simple little thing, but all of the steps needed to get to it were a little bit much. Um, that's it. I'm not complaining. This is good. Right. So now, anytime that any of these break, I can just go to scenes and then just tell it to update, and then it fixes this. Because unless I change, and even, yeah, unless, like, if I change the name of this, it'll give me a different, it'll say, hey, there is no actual mana orb. And then I can just click this, and then it'll show me whatever I change the name to. So, like, let's say in the future I want to add some underscores or some spaces in here or whatever. It'll handle that. Okay, so that's the first step. So now the next step is we need to actually try to run this and see what happens. Okay, good. So it's saying, right. Okay, so this is actually relying on the old state machine. All right, so this is relying on how states used to be set up. This is not how states are set up. Oh, I did not think I would need to go into the state machine in this video, but I think we're going to go into the state machine. So I redesigned it from the ground up with a lot of help. I got some help from some folks over in Taro Dev, and it came out looking super, super sexy. Um, I like it. I really enjoyed it. It's a bit much for something this simple, but since it's already made, uh, why not, right? So change state. We need to understand first. Okay, so we have something here that's tracking it called object state. Where's object state? Derp? What the heck? This is what I was looking for. Got you. Okay, so this needs to be broken. There you go. And now this is going to break in a bunch of different places, which is fine. Get rid of this for now. There we go. So this is happening. So the way the new state machine works is that instead of doing a check here, this was actually just loaded into the state. Right? So what I would actually do is something like this. Actually, let's take a look. Do I have the player open? Player body. This is a good way of looking at it. So I can just grab this. The API is completely mind-blowing. I don't think we need one of these open right now. This can go. This can go. What the heck is this? I have no clue what this is. I don't even know how or why I opened it. This. Scene data. What is this? Oh yeah. That was a good learning experience right there. So yeah, we can go here. I'm gonna leave these two open. Um there we go. Okay. So this let's just put this in here for now so I can just use it. Kind of toggle comment. Kind of just have an idea of what I want to try to get accomplished. So this would look like that. So yeah, the way that this works now is that we go states.create machine, and we would say this things, and we would put in the object state. And we would put in thing that's tracking it. This isn't so technically we could stop here, right? I think this should be enough. I believe. Does it need more? What does it need? It shouldn't need that. Let's go into that real quick. Create machine. Enumerator. Hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. So, yeah, basically I just didn't. This can go like that. And this can go like this. We don't need to fill these in, right? This will just create the machine by itself, which is these two. Let's save that. Do we have it running? Yes, we do. Okay. Let's go back. I gotta keep track of that because I don't see the screen, and I think it actually is going over the visual. So I'm gonna try to keep track of that a little bit better. So yeah, this now, I'm gonna just reload Godot. because it's gonna be silly. Okay, yeah, see? So now this is all it would really need in order to create a state machine. But then we can, and then we can do something like assign stuff. But we could also do, which is kind of what this is wanting me to do, we can do a, so what are the different states on this? We have spawning, spawn, despawn, what? Wait. What is this? This is the orb itself. This is the, gotcha. Okay. So the orbs, this isn't the orb. This is the thing managing it. This is the orb itself. So is it spawning? Has it spawned? Is it despawned? Gotcha. Okay. So we want to set up each one of these states. So we have a func setup state setup spawning, and it's going to take in the state. Turn void, and we're just going to pass for right now. All right, and we're going to do one for each one of these. So we need one for spawned, despawn, and despawn and despawned. I'm assuming. I don't know if we actually need any for those. Those just might be like, I mean, there's a quick way to check. Okay, so spawning, obviously. Spawned, also. And we don't need despawned. But despawn, I believe, is being used. Let's check. Change state. So it's really only two states that it has, right? It has the initial spawned state where it's handling whatever it's handling on spawned, and then it just changes to spawned. And I believe it should do an if condition for despawn at some point, no? If. Okay. So handle spawn should be inside of spawning. So over here, we're just going to go and say state dot add process handle spawn, right? And this should be handled, yeah, it's false, so we don't need to put anything there. Okay, so basically every frame, this is going to now be running the process for handling the spawn, I believe. That's what it wants. Let's check. Let's go down to handle spawn and see what's happening there. Yeah, okay. So now we can get rid of this. Right, and then if the distance is between there, it will change the state to spawned. So object state change state there we go. Like setting it up is a little bit intimidating, but once you're actually doing it, it's very easy to get into it. Wow, that actually fixed everything. This is no longer necessary. Uh, Spawning, right? So what this wants to do is this wants to say there in setup, you want to go state, add, connection, spawn, right? And this on the start will add the connection. So let's just take a look at spawn real quick just to make sure it's set up properly. So this should be taking in the state. And that's it. So yeah, we don't need this. This is good flexing of the muscle. So we have handle spawn, right? So now the next thing is we want to check handle if out of area. So where is that being called is the question. I don't know. I don't know where's, I think that's being called probably by something else. There's probably like a border that's gonna call this, telling me that it's out of the area. Okay. So now we can actually get rid of this. Right? And so there is something a little bit tricky about this. Because now that we know that this is um, in the state, we can do a couple things. First, we want to pass in the object state, which is this variable. And that's going to be tracking the current state of things. Then we're going to be doing a dictionary, and we're going to say object state dot spawn. What did we name it? Yeah, it's object state spawning. Whatever. And we're going to put setup spawning. Right? And that's going to be how that's set up. We can actually just get rid of this now because kind of have it in our head what we're doing. So it's doing a couple of things, right? First thing that it's going to do is it's putting this process on the state. And this is going to be called whenever we change to the state. So whenever we change to spawning state, then that's it. By default, this is going to default to unset, right? So we kind of have to tell it right here. We can actually do it. We can say does this return a state? If it returned a state, that would be awesome. I think it just returns void. Yeah, it does. Hmm. 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 I don't think we need this. Then from here, we can do return start date. And then from here, we can just do date. There. Okay. Good code organization. I like it. So now we can go here and we can do something like dot. We have to restart Godot. 1 sec. Save. And we will reload the current project. It's just the way Godot is. Dot. There we go. So that's an inline way of handling it, which is pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot. What else is going on now? So now the next thing is we have spawning, which is going to do, so we just need to follow the process. So we have set up spawning. We start off in this non-setup state unset, and we immediately are going to change over to spawning. This is once this thing is ready. And it's going to add the connection here. Well, hold on, let me go in order. We do ready. We set up all of this stuff. So this stuff is going to be added. Once we fire off change, then it's going to fire off this, which is spawn. What is spawn doing? Did I miss it? It just has its own process. We need to figure this stuff out. Handle spawn. There we go. We can get rid of this now. And I guess lerp color is, so state, add process, lerp color. All right, that's all happening in that situation once you're spawned. Or spawning. This is weird. We have spawn and then we have handle spawn. What are the differences? I know that this is happening immediately. So let's take a look. Spawn, where are you? There you go. So what this is saying is that it's just okay. This is just setting up the size of the stuff and its scale, yeah. Or visuals. I don't know why I'm doing that, I'll be honest. The original scale. Oh, I see. So we're taking the original scale and then we're setting the actual scale to this. And then I think somewhere down the road, handle spawn, we go this. Okay, and this is just like we could have handled this probably on a tween, but effectively it's just increasing the scale of the object. So these two things make sense, right? And then what about the lerp color? What is that doing? Right. So this is supposed to be not here, actually. This is supposed to be here. And then so now we go here and put lerp color here. So after it's spawned, then we want the lerp color to be part of that process. Okay, so now we can get rid of this part. So the this does have um an input event. So this is taking in quite a few things. Why is it taking in the viewport? Are we even using this? Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it there because it's not hurting anything. It doesn't rely on the state machine in any way. It's not saying like if this state is true, then do this. Oh yeah. Handle spawn. So this is done. This is done. Anything else that's handling state? Okay, I think that's it. I think object state. Anything that's handling object state, I want to transition into the new state machine. Okay, I think that's it. Next, let's try running it and seeing what other bugs we get hit with. None. I mean, there's an obvious bug. There we go. So, it's saying that mana orb is nil. So when we did an instantiate here, what is this? What the heck? There we go. Okay. Oh, whoops, let's get rid of this. Okay. What is it saying? No flag matching breakthrough tutorial was found at GD 111. Oh, static. That's probably something I set up. Let's see what's happening here. $111. No flag matching the tutorial was found. Right, this is a little system that I was trying to put together to see. I mean, after playing Baldur's Gate 3, I kind of have a different idea of what I'm going to do, but this was good, right? I just need to figure out where it was being called. But it's being called from, what is static 111? So get flag is being called from the breakthrough. Somewhere in breakthrough. Yeah, I don't know. Close this. I don't know where get flag is being called from. It's telling me that something is trying to call get flag from the breakthrough tutorial, and that the flag that it's trying to call doesn't exist. That's basically what it's saying. Oh, whoops. Now I just saw something. Um, There we go. Forgot about that. Oopsie. Um, Try running it one more time, see what happens. So, yeah, sure. And it crash. And what's the output? The output is there. What's the error? Mana, set data origin. So we get past this point easily enough, right? Which is where it should say, hey, we have a null template. So we're not at a null template. So what I'll do is I will do this. Print. I know what that should say. Yep, there it is. Yes. So that's where it is. But then when All right, I think I figured out what the problem was. There's only one way to confirm it, and that is to go into Mana Orb itself. I think there might be a broken link in the Mana Orb. Just need to remember where it is again. It's in Assets, Scenes, Minigames, Breakthrough Minigames. Mana Orb. Yeah, there we go. So let's edit the dependencies. Yep, there we go. Fix broken. Okay. Now let's try it. What else? Okay, so we got past that part. So that was the problem there. What else now? So this is saying this is inside of the Mana Orb itself. So let's do a couple of things first before we get here. We kind of messed with stuff that we shouldn't have messed with. Let's unmess with those things. Goes here, goes here. There's an order to these things for a reason. Let's try it one more time just to see if we still get that error. Nope, we don't. Okay, there. See? But we can't click anything. So the explosions are probably going to be doing the same thing, which is you need to find the scene for the particle. Yep, error. There we go. Okay. Now let's try it one more time. All right, so we're getting there. We can't click anything. Oh, wait. I see what was going on. Let's try that one more time. I just closed it before it started doing stuff. Okay. I'm not doing anything, by the way. This is just it's natural flow of things. We have a couple errors going on here. I'm just looking at them. Yeah, we need to open up the scene itself and take a look at what's going on there. There's a couple things happening that shouldn't be. Yeah, that shouldn't happen either. No clue why that happened at all. All right. I'm enjoying my pistachios, but all right, so we noticed a couple things. So let's go into the 2D scene real quick. So you see these big blue or teal, whatever, faces? They're supposed to prevent all of those orbs from being able to go outside of the area. And the orbs were going outside of the area. I don't know. I don't have a clue why these aren't working. Unless the mana orbs themselves do not have a collider. But they do. Because they're colliding with the orb in the center. and destroying themselves. Let's assume the problem is with the orbs first. That's a smaller problem. Where are you? Mana orb. What? I already corrected this. Maybe I need to restart Godot. Give me a sec. Let's save. And project reload. Hey, now let's try to open up. Mana orb 2CN appears to be in a file. Can't open new inherited scene. Edit dependencies. Do you own it? No. Mana or CCN? Resource mana is in use. Changes will only be affected when reloaded. Okay. So, breakthrough minigame. The replace mana color. Shader. Yeah. All right, so we have a very weird situation where I can now instantiate them, but it's still reading them as corrupted. Why? Like Godot knows they're not corrupt, but then to actually open them, they are corrupted. Let's do a quick test of stuff here. Minimize that, minimize, minimize, minimize. Okay. Yep, we can't put it into the scene. It's weird because it's behaving correctly in some regards. I gotta wait 1 second. Like you see, it shouldn't be able to go all the way down there. And I can't do anything with it. Because it won't let me get access to, what is this? Fail to instantiate scene state. Node count is 0. Make sure the pack scene resource is valid. What do you mean? So I'm gonna make a new scene. We're just gonna make a brand new scene. And it's gonna be a 2D scene. Okay. And here, is this a node 2D? I don't think it was a node 2D that we used. Let's get out of here real quick. I think it was a rigid body 2D that we used, which is going to make this even more complicated because there were settings that are now lost. Edit dependencies. There are settings that are now lost. Easy way to find out. And or this is extending rigid body 2D. So this was a rigid body 2D. Whatever we're going to make, it is now. Let's close that. Godot is having a fit about something. Let's retry reloading Godot one more time. Maybe that'll handle something. I don't know. Still can't figure out why it's doing all of this. I'm happy I didn't lose the entire scene, but it's concerning that I suddenly lost. Can I even open this? Yeah, we can open this one. This is the particle effect. So that's that. But we can't. Ah, now we can open it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. All right, so let's try running the game and seeing if we can actually click things. No, we can't. And these things are still going out of the... out of the area, which means that they're not picking up on that. Can I open this still? Yes. Okay, so it does have a collision shape. What layer is that collision shape colliding? Actually, I think it's the rigid body that's colliding, right? Just shape. That's layer 1. Okay. And what's the layer on these borders? Layer 1. These borders do exist. It's just acting like they don't. I don't know why. Further, not allowing me to actually click the rigid bodies. The object. It's telling me a couple of things. Either one, the object isn't where it's showing me it is, or two, well, rather the collision shape isn't where it's showing me it is. So actually just test something out real quick. Can't click them at all. So weird. All right, so we have to do a debug on that. Let's do a quick debug on it. Script. It should be somewhere here. Okay, I think I figured out the problem. Right, I had changed this. Action left. Action right. Oh boy. There we go. Okay, now we should have function there. Yep, there we go. But we're still getting sure. And now the UI is completely gone also. I don't know what's happening. The UI is gone. I don't know what happened. Oh, there we go. It's not stretching to the screen anymore. Got it. So that's a project setting. I don't know if OBS even shows that. Nope, doesn't. But that's a project setting. And if I remember correctly, okay, so let's try it now. That's pretty cool, but that's not what we want. Let's try it one more time. Let's do 1920 by 1080, because I believe that's how I had set it up. Okay, that works. And this is function. We have function. Whoops. So, ah, there we go. There's stuff missing, though, I think. I know what I'm missing. Yeah. All right, but we got function back. Be happy with that. Can I destroy them still? Yeah. Ah, but, oh, there we go. It gets kind of out of hand, obviously, but it's fine. We're almost... Let's just start deleting stuff. Stop. Where they touch the orb in the center. There we go. I'm going to try to keep that purity as high as possible. There we go. Okay. So I think we need to change this because it's a little bit blurry. Where are you? Pixels. Textures, is it? Nearest. There we go. Now let's try it. Looking at it one more time. Yeah, that's much better. That's what it was missing. Yep, there we go. Okay. So, do we have any exceptions, any warnings? Anybody getting hiccups? Done. Okay. Most of these states are not necessary. So, like, despawn, despawn, I don't think are necessary. I think it's just unset spawning. I mean, technically I could probably get rid of unset also, because the moment that we do an add connection on a state that we're already in, it'll immediately handle processing the stuff that that state should process if we add new stuff to it. Right? So like if we're in the falling state and then we add the ability to fall, it will trigger the falling stuff if we're already in the state. So, yeah. I'm going to keep it there. It's just a good way of handling it. Okay. But yeah, so this is the state machine. It's pretty awesome, I think. It's pretty nice. Fixed it up a little bit, but it's... I'm sharing it with another person or another group. So when I finish like feeling with that, you know, because I really haven't used it much. So when I start to get more comfortable with it, then I think I'm going to send like a finalized version of it out. Because it really does simplify things, right? First thing you do is you create your machine and you populate your different states that you can have from your enums. And you can set that up through setup functions like these. All right, so like for each state, you should have a setup function basically. And it has in it all of the stuff that you want to add to either that state's processes or that state's connections. For something like this that's already made, most of this stuff is happening all the time. So I don't really care what state it's in, because it really only has two states: when it exists and when it's destroyed. And when it's destroyed, nothing's happening anyway. Right? But this state machine, it's really overkill for a simple situation where you're just controlling it basically ammunition. But it was nice to put it in just to see like what it would, how it would function. And it's good. It played back because then I got to actually test it out again with this new version of it and see how hard it was to handle the transition. It wasn't that hard at all. It was a little bit overwhelming at the beginning, but not difficult. Um. Okay. So yeah, what we wanted to test out is working. This is working fine. Just wanted to make sure that this was working before getting into everything else. Okay, so I'm going to end this off with working on a dice roller. Not that difficult. Really, I think it's just going to be a class that we can call roll on. And we can put in, I guess, how many sides the dice has. All right. That's what I'm thinking. So in Dungeons and Dragons, the way that it works is for attack rolls, you always use a 1d20. On the other side, you have that system basically, I believe it starts you off as everyone having at least a AC of, I think it was 10. Can't remember. Right? And then so what that means is that no matter what, in order to hit somebody, you have to roll. You have a 50% chance of hitting someone. Period. When you punch, when you kick, whatever. They also have, well, I'm not going to get into that, but for attacks, I'm not going to go into, I don't think I need to do anything regarding spell save DCs and stuff like that, but for attacks, it's pretty simple. If you beat a 10, then you you hit that person. Now, they can wear armor. And armor can give up to another plus 10, which is, I believe, plate armor. Right? But it's not like a plus 10. What it is it's your armor class, but it's effectively like a plus 10. So like plate or full plate, I believe is a 20 AC, so it just sets your AC, your armor class to 20. But if you're not wearing anything, then your armor class is a 10. Okay. So now, why did they set it up like that? Well, because you have extremes, right? So at like 20, if you roll your dice and you get a 20, then that's a critical hit. And if you roll the dice and you get a 1, that's a critical miss. Now what that means, I really like the whole concept of like just having additional gameplay functionality to critically hitting and critically missing and tracking that. That's something that's pretty cool. Um, oh shoot, I forgot I was supposed to be. Damn it. A little bit later. Let's work on this dice system. So the idea behind this is going to be pretty much that it's going to have two types of rolls that you can make, an attack roll or a damage roll. And attack rolls will always just be a 1d20 whenever you call it. And then the damage roll is just going to be, it's going to actually be in the statics class, I think. That's where I'm going to put it. So let's close this. Cancel. Save everything. Okay, now let's close. Uh, okay, there we go. Okay, so first we're going to do the rolling for the attack. I think the attack is going to want to return um, a type of hit. Right? And I think it's going to return basically one of three numbers: a 0, a 1, or a 2. So a 0 would mean that you missed. A 1 would mean that you just hit. And a 2 would mean that whatever you hit, you multiply it by that 2. It's critical. So static, throw, attack, attack result. And we're going to put integer. And I am so, like, I feel so much better not doing shader coding. I'd rather do this. This is so much easier. Let's see, func, blah blah blah. So now, so now we can toss in a modifier in the attack roll, right? In D&D. Right? So thinking about it, you can add like an additional 1d4, I think, if I remember correctly. I know that you can do modifiers after. I think you can also do additional modifiers on top of that. But this isn't that. This is just the roll. So we don't need to worry about modifiers on this. So the result is going to be the so this is inclusive. So it's random. It's going to be an int. It's going to be Randy range. I believe it is 1 to 21. And then we so I think actually what we want to return I think what we want to return is not that. We want to actually just return this. I think that's good enough. Right? We were having it do too many things before. No, no, too complex. We were getting into that area of we don't need to do all of that. So But to think about this super simply. Instead of this, we can say roll. And if we're going to do that, then it makes sense to do it this way. I think the next one after this is a D12. Haven't played D&D in a very long time. 13. And I think roll D10. Now, we're not going to be doing the actual dice on the screen. That's not the intent here. This is all happening behind the scenes, I think. Maybe I'll do some dice on the scene too. I don't know. I don't think I need to. This is more action-oriented. Okay. One sec, because this thing keeps chipping in and out. Okay, there we go. All right, good. So these are just my dice rolls now. Very simple stuff. Next is... So when the weapon collides, or the weapon looks like it's going to collide with the object, then we want it to spit out this. Right? So now we want to make a function for attacking proper. So the thing with D&D is that you have things that can expand your crit range. Right? So you can actually lower. So we probably want to make a function specifically to check if it's critical. Right? So, yeah. Try attack. And then we will do that, which will be equals to 20. And this is going to return the integer. And then we're going to say Nani? What did I do? Hmm. Funk. Oh, whoops. Hey. Right. So we're going to pass in, when we do a try attack, we're going to pass in the defense of whatever it is that we're trying to hit. And then we say if the attack result is greater than the defense, um, so if you meet the defense, then you miss. Indeed, I think. Gosh, I can't remember. Let's just say that if you attack result is greater than or equal to the defense, then you hit. And then from there, we say if the attack result is greater than or equal to the crit range, then we return 2. Else, we return 1. Else, well, actually, we just need to do this. Return 0. There we go. Very simplistic method of handling it. All right. So now we're going to get back from this the kind of attack that we threw in there. And from this, we can do a couple of things. We can say, hey, is this a 2, is this a 1, or is this a 0? If it's a 2, then we can pop up some type of critical damage text, whatever. But the point is that this is now effectively done. It's, that's why when I was playing that's the thing about game dev. It's so easy to end up spending months and months never even playing video games and just working on the game, and you forget how video games actually work. And then I actually took the time and started playing some games, and then I realized, holy crap, like it's much simpler than what I thought. Um, but then you get tied up in shaders, and it's like you want to shoot yourself. um, let's see. This is done. This is as far as I want to take this. All right. I don't think this needs to be made any more complicated. It's doing something very simple. So it'll spit back out whether or not we hit something. Now, if we get a 0, we missed. We were below whatever the armor of the creature was. We got if we were greater, if we greater than its or equal to its defense, we hit it. Um, yeah, if we're greater than, and we can even, you know what's pausing me is that I was thinking, what if I wanted to add something like a whiff, right? I mean, that would be pretty cool if I added that, I think. Hmm. All right, whatever. Um, So that part of the system is done. So I think that's a dice rolling system effectively. Um, what else do they have? So that's the attack, and then the damage rolls. So we've thought about the attacks. What about damage? How does that work? Sag, funk. Um, so here's the thing. Damage is a little bit more complicated in this game, but I want to make it not so complicated. I want to make it so that way we know like what resistances we're dealing with, right? So in D&D, the game itself, in Dungeons and Dragons, they made it. Look, we have to split it up here, right? Because in Dungeons and Dragons, it's very different from how they handled it in Baldur's Gate 3. In Dungeons and Dragons, it's pretty much um, you just look at your sheet and figure out, yeah, no, I'm resistant to fire, right? That's basically how it works. In this game, in this game, it's or rather in Baldur's Gate 3, what they do is they actually have an array of conditions or something like that, and or I don't know if it's an array, but basically it might be a dictionary, and they just do a lookup on the um the element that you're using and just checking to see if that element's name exists inside of the dictionary, and if it does, is it an immunity or is it a resistance? That's that's effectively what it is. So what we're going to be passing in here is static func apply damage. So here we're going to take in the damage amount, which is probably a float, and then we're going to take in an array. We're going to take in a dictionary. Um, we're going to call this dictionary, I guess, features. Yeah, let's call it that. And we're going to say dictionary. And it's empty by default. Right? You don't need to pass in dictionary to apply damage. And also we need the so this is where we do something like this now. There. Okay. Defender features, and we just pass in the stuff about the defender that and I think we're going to pass back out a float. So basically I'm just going to be taking the dictionary of the different resistances and so on that this creature might have, and then we're just going to go into the if I think it's size, yeah. I think we have something in here on hit effects. Damage type. Okay. Hmm. This is where it gets complicated. Nothing is ever as simple as you'd think, right? Because they're identifying these things in a very either brain dead way or a very brilliant way. And I want to try to find the brilliant way of handling it. So instead, I'm going to do a check on 4 damage. So we don't need to do a for loop on this, actually. We just need to check once. I just saw it and I forgot the name of it already. What is it? It's damage type. There we go. Damage feature, get damage, damage type. A if oops. Okay, so there's 2 types of ways, right? There's resistances, and then there's immunity. One cannot be both resistant and immune to the same element. So we're just checking to see if this element already exists on the list. That's it. And if it does, then we say, then we want to check um, if that resource name, if that resistance type exists there. So we need to make a new class temporarily. Right? Um, Because I'm thinking about it now in the other end. What if I want 3 types? What if I want something even worse than immune? What if I want something like you can absorb the damage if the damage type, you get what I'm saying? See, like I didn't finish resolving how I'm going to even approach this to begin to know how to do that part. If the damage feature damage feature dot get damage type resource name, right? And then we get the feature, and then we say from feature so we can call this specifically a damage feature. And we can say if the damage feature. So we're going to make a class later. We're going to call it feature, and we're going to extend damage feature from it. And damage feature is just going to say if damage feature if the damage feature. So we've checked to see if it's null or not. If it's not null, then we check if the damage feature dot type resists. Make a quick class right here. Just so it can stop bugging me. Um, oh, I see you. There we go. Okay, keeping it simple. So now, I don't know why. Damage feature not declared. Oh, whoops. Oh, defender. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now, when we do this, we're going to do apply. First, we do obviously try attack. And then we're going to populate damage with whatever we get back from try attack. If it's critical, blah, blah, blah. Right? So now, after we do this, we go to we need to figure out what the damage is, right? So the weapon should have the dice that it's going to be using. So we need some global way of basically saying, hey, this is a dice type. So now that we've actually figured out, let me see something. Project settings. Shade, no, these are shader globals specifically. Do we have separate globals? Nope, just auto load. Okay, fair. Um, so yeah, I was hoping that I could kind of just like hoodwink my way in there, but I guess not. Um, okay. Let's finish this up and then we'll call this a day here. But so the defender feature, we have zero 0.5, blah. So now we just got to do a little bit of math, right? But we want damage to actually have the dice. So we need to have calculated the damage amount, but this isn't true. What we need to do is we need to get a base damage, right? So this just needs to actually be an int, and instead of saying damage amount, this should say dice size. I don't know what data this is expecting, but this is expecting if the data is damage. So it's past the damage is past. Okay, sure, whatever. I'm assuming that at some point I'm creating a damage type. So this is just in case I'm passing in a damage type. So if that's the case, then this should be dice size. Yeah. Okay. I see what I was doing back then. Effectively, we are doing this. Fair. Um, might hit this again. I don't like it, but whatever. I don't like this, but it makes more sense to do it this way. Don't like it, whatever. So now we need something to parse the dice size, right? We need a global that knows to handle different dice. So let's just return something real quick so this stops giving me problems. Return 1.0. Okay. We need a helper. Something that's going to parse the damage. We also need quick way. Right? It's not too complicated. Not at all. All right, let's do this. This is very simple. Okay. We can actually get rid of these. I don't think we're using them at all. I'm going to get rid of them in a bit. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of those in a sec. I'm going to double check. Tomorrow I'll do it because I want to double check if they're being used anywhere. Unfortunately, GDScript, I don't think it tells you if your functions are being used in other classes. Like, let me check. No, doesn't. There's nothing really. Um, and we can put okay. So far, so good. Might have to restart Godot to get this to work, but whatever. Damn it. That would have been fun. It was a dumb idea, but whatever. Yeah, that's going to happen until I restart Godot. D12. All right, let's restart Godot so that way it stops being silly. Save and project restart. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we can go back up here and yep. Yep, okay, we're good. So now we can do this. Let's just actually name this damage. No, we already have that base. Damage value. And it's going to be based on the damage, not dice size. Okay. And then next we're going to say hmm. So this is going to give us the weapons just base damage, right? But D&D, they have a different ability. This ability, for example, gives you the ability to like roll the dice twice and take the higher number on your damage. Right? So how do they do that? We could easily just do another check like there, but then the API for the argument is going to start getting out of hand, right? So we can say like attacker features. And then pass in the damage into the attacker features. And we can check the damage value and see if the damage value is still 0. My head. like Oh man, it's not so much that I want to mimic that specific behavior. It's more along the lines of I want to be able to if I want to, right? Like the system I'm making is obviously then not modular enough to be able to facilitate that kind of behavior, and that's annoying to me. I want to be able to add that in there. That's very annoying. All right, let's figure it out. If I just did it this way, then it would roll the dice and apply the damage. Or it would set the damage value. It's not applying damage yet. Oops. And actually, since this is over here and we know that we have a damage, we just want to pass that back out more than likely. So then we're going to actually go here and we're going to do var damage, or rather result damage. It's going to be equal to null at first. All right, we still have some stuff we need to do. Or actually, you know, we can just pass in damage here. Or we can do this. That's probably why I set it up the way I did before. Okay. And then the end result is what? Damage value times, oops. So it gets the roll on the whatever it is that we did. This is the damage roll. We don't have to worry about too much. Things like modifiers. But we're going to multiply in the first modifier, which is the damage feature. Right, and actually we need to do this too. Result damage. Pass that back out. Can get rid of this real quick. What the heck is going on here? We have a ton of problems showing up. Expected a indented block after. Actually, you know what? Let's make this an integer. This can be a float. What is it worried about? It's saying that I have an expected indented block. Do I have an extra space or something? Damage value and get roll. All right, let's delete this real quick. See what happens. something that I did over here, I think. Do all of this. That's not right. Return result damage. Expecting indented block. What are you expecting an indented block for? Oh, okay, dokie. Oh no, we did. Feature mod. So what is this? Got it. Okay. Oops. Yeah, this is kind of where I know I'm getting tired. Result. There we go. Okay. So this is now outside. Damage dice. So we go into the damage, get the dice size, and we also have the damage value. Int get roll. What the heck is happening here? Let's go here. Pass. I don't know why that was happening. Invalid operands int for damage or int. Sure. What is it talking about? What is this? This is an integer. And get roll is looking for this. I mean, we could change it. It's going to be the same thing. Maybe I need to restart Godot. Because it wasn't even, that's not even coming up. Might be Godot being stupid again. Enums, dice size. What did I name it? Dice roll. Okay, got it. Okay, good. Nope, still giving me an issue. It's saying the multiplication of this into the result damage. I know result. Oh. Like I said, I'm super sleepy. Feature mod. Okay, now we're going to put this part back in. And it's going to... Maybe I should get rid of these indents. No. This is indented to this. This is supposed to be indented to that. Also, I'm going to have to look up how to do a freaking match statement again. Oh, I see what the problem was. I accidentally deleted this part. Feature is equal to negative 0.5. There we go. That fixes that. And then we have to actually do this. just in case this turns into a thing. Okay, so here we've added in the ability to resist damage and stuff like that. Of course, this is false because this is this temporary file here. But let me mark this off for myself tomorrow. All right, and so the idea is I'm going to be making some type of manager class that handles all of the features. And damage features is just going to be one of the many types of features on it. All right, and that's the idea. So this is, and it's a very simple, it's a recursive way of getting information. We can just do something like func get type. And since this is going to return a variant, we just do return type. All right, and so now over here, if we are so inclined to get the damage feature type, we would actually just do get type. And that should work, yeah. All right. So, and then since this is inheriting, or it's going to be inheriting from feature, I can actually specify this over here and say damage feature type. All right, and suddenly now I have my whole system of immunities and resistances and stuff like that. Anyway, so now the other issue that I ran into is what happens if the player has some type of effect on them that allows them to do something like roll twice and take the higher value on damage, right? Or even on attack, right? Because you could possibly have what would in D&D called advantage when you do try attack. So this is something that I think is probably going to have to be applied outside of apply damage, right? It's going to be, well, we're going to create damage. And then if you have that feature, we would call that feature and it would then roll again and store the original damage. So you basically, the way that it would work is you'd call apply damage, and then whatever script is calling apply damage would then have like the attacker's features. And then that will check against any features on the attacker. And if one of those features is going to call apply damage, it will just take in the damage that's already been applied and then roll again and pick the higher number. So it's not something that has to happen inside of the script, in other words, right? And even this part right here, I would really like to have divorced it, but I think that it has to belong here. All right, look, checking the resistances before trying to apply the damage, I think has to belong there. And we already know from apply damage whether or not this is a critical hit. And I think that is critical exists on this. right? Or actually, we could do it this way. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And so now when we pass in the try attack here, we're checking the defense of the object. We're getting the crit range passed in as well. Right, this is just a direct call, and I kind of want to do something like that with this, but it's just going to get bloated because I'm going to need a couple of pieces of information that it just makes more sense to put that in damage. Over here, we can get away with not doing that. But the downside is now I want to return, I want to inform damage of what the try hit was, but I'm going to have to do that outside of this function, which is annoying, but it is what it is, right? It's keeping this function as simple as possible. Look how bloated this one came as a result. But I think that's where I'm going to end it with this function. It's done. It does a few things. It takes in the damage. It takes in any features that the defender might have. Then it checks to see if any of those features match the element of the damage type that's being done. And then if it does, if this creature has something that on it that matches, then we check to see is it weak against it, resistant, immune, or if it will absorb the damage. And then over here, if it doesn't have anything, it'll just do damage normally. And finally, we do the roll for the actual damage. And then now we just need to tell result damage dot set. I think I didn't make one. Let's do set damage value and damage value. Let's go back to damage real quick. I think yeah, one of the things I want to start doing. Um, right, and so there we go. Okay, so there's no way to test this because I don't even I have the animations for attacking and stuff, but I haven't made the weapons or hitboxes to work with this. But this should work. I mean, I don't see the problems yet. It should work. Tomorrow, put this into the into its own class and make it extend features. And I think that's it. So just to show what the game actually looks like, well, last time so far. So we managed to work on the shaders. We got that little transparency going, and it's working nicely. We haven't set up the transparency on the other bark yet, but you can rocks and stuff won't obscure the view. Um, and it's effect affecting these things, right? But it's not too strong. This is kind of weird. Like that shouldn't be doing that at all. The character is nowhere near those rocks. So I'm not sure why they're being that way. Yeah, so the shader is not 100% basically. If you look at these rocks over here, that's doing something it shouldn't do. To go back to this, yeah, these rocks, they shouldn't be like that. That tells me that there's something happening here. Something very annoying happening here. And I think I know what it is. Effectively, I'm thinking what's happening here is that these rocks are defaulting to a more transparent, right? Until they're informed otherwise, they're setting themselves to a more transparent state, which is not what they should be doing. They should be completely opaque until I get near them. Let's just check this one more time. Trees are fine. Trees, like if I go over here, will the trees become transparent? No, they kind of fade in. If I go like around here, it'll become more transparent. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good. This stuff, I don't even. This stuff should be completely opaque. I this area, I guess, could be transparent, but that's what I mean. Like, I think I need to put in some depth considerations into the shader, so that way it will only apply that dissolve effect to the areas that it should on a Z with considering the Z of it. Or maybe what I need to do, I saw there was a way of doing it where you would actually um you would actually take the world's position of the character rather than like what I'm doing right now is I'm taking the viewport position of the character. So the pixels on the screen are what I'm looking at. And I'm saying, okay, this pixel on the screen, um, I want to blur or to dissolve any material, anything on this material that is near this pixel on the screen. That's basically what's happening here. And I really love this effect. Like I really enjoy it. Right? It's doing exactly what I want it to do. The problem that I'm having with it is this stuff over here. This should not be happening. It could be that I just have, you know what, tomorrow I'll check into that, but it could be that that shader is just messed up on its own because this rock over here isn't doing that. Like it's completely opaque when I'm far away from it. This, right? If it's only when I start getting closer, it'll start fading out. But then the moment that I get away from it, you see it starts to come back in. So it could just be that the values are just too high on that specific shader. Because I think that was something that I forgot to do. And I just started getting tired of filling them all in, which was to set them lower. So it might be just really high. And the other thing is the mini game. Let's try it out one more time before we leave. So this is how we level up in the game. It's not changing. There we go. There's something going on there, so I need to actually take a look at that. Like, it's not changing colors, or it's not allowing it to change the colors immediately. Like, it takes a second, and then it changes the state, which I think I know what's happening. It's basically, I know exactly what's happening. We could change it right now. I have it very, let's do that, since I know exactly what's going on there. It's inside of the mana orb script. Where is this mana orb? Let's do this. Mana orb controller. There we go. Okay. So it's over here somewhere. So we do press buttons, and then we don't see anything happen. There we go. Okay. So it's happening right here. All right. So the easiest way to change this issue is to just do this. This. That's the simplest way to handle it. Okay, let's test to see if that worked. Yep, there we go. Immediately they start changing colors now. Okay. That makes it a lot easier to play this. And they're bumping against the walls properly. Okay, everything started working fine now. But I like to see. Just that one piece of code that needed to be put into that. Where we go? There we go. Um, I'm making it look easy, but it's just RNG. It's really RNG. Like, I've gotten some runs on this that have been really bad. I can imagine when this comes out, people will be save scumming the hell out of this. Because son of a gun, get away! Wow, now I'm getting just bad RNG. There we go. There we go. Okay, 100% purity. Ah, come on. We just need to get that score back up. Nothing I could really do. It's going to end up there. There we go. I need to fix that. This should have gone up, but it's not. I don't know why, but it just chose not to go up. But yeah, anyway, this is... Oh, shoot. So I need to put like a total over here. I just do the math basically and give like a flashing total. It didn't even cross my mind to do that, but I need to put like a total down here. Like over here, I guess. You'd have the ×3. Oh no, this is the final result. Whoops, my bad. So yeah, this would basically go through, and then the final result is that you're getting a ×3 multiplier on your experience. Or your level up stats, whatever. Alright, this is like the best you can get, to be honest. So 80. Purity is very important on this. Um, but you can make up for it a bit with how much you accumulate. Anyway, that's it. I think I'm gonna call it there. Okay. So I'm not sure when I'll be doing another live stream, but I will hopefully do another one within the week. That's the plan. Um, and we can. I think the next thing that I want to do is to actually put in the hitboxes and stuff like that. Like, because if in this I can do quite a few things. So like I can already attack, cast my spells, right? Obviously move around. I want to tighten up the controls a little bit, but yeah, and that's about it. All right, so tomorrow, I guess, or when, yeah, tomorrow I'll be working on it, but I'm not sure when I'll be streaming. But I want to hit the um hitboxes and just get some weapons going, and then probably handle the dungeons a bit because I've already made the dungeon, so it's just about attaching the maps, the different maps. So yeah, there we go. So I need to make some maps, and I want to get the dungeon. So I need to get back into shaders. So nope, no combat, no nothing. It's all about shaders and map making tomorrow. All right, have a good day.